Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Evelyn Thoren. Happy New Year. This is our first Thursday back since before Christmas. Sam Chase is my co-host this morning. I don't think Glenn's coming in, and we're not sure about Jay, so I hadn't heard from him, but usually he's pretty good if he's put it on his calendar.
Well, so's Glenn.
So
we'll
they may
see
be
next.
stuck with us, huh?
Yeah, for 2 full hours.
You're stuck with us for 2 hours. Oh, I
But
can't
that's-
even imagine a fate worse than death, having to listen to Thoren and Chase for 2 hours. All right,
Well, we also have McDonough, so we'll see how that
that's
all
all right.
goes.
Well, John adds comic relief, so, you know,
Well, it's some interesting
So,
questions. We'll
Sam,
see.
how was your Christmas?
good. How about you? Everybody?
Very tasty. Now,
Yeah.
did Santa bring you anything?
I got the usual stuff. I want underwear. That's all I want. I don't want anything more than underwear. I want underwear. I want gloves. I want sweaters, because I hate.
You wear them out?
I do. I wear gloves out. I hate shopping. Anything I can do to stay out of a store, I'll do. So I want people to buy me stuff that I need. And at my age, I don't need any more junk in the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we all have enough junk.
I'm trying to get rid of stuff, right? So,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're gonna get one of those.
yep.
Well, Sam and his wife Candy had a very nice open house the day before Christmas. So we
So
were
what
able.
is an open house?
Well, you have friends come in, and you invite a bunch of people, and those that show up are great, and those that don't show up, well, that's fine
And
too.
you don't have to stay for a specified time. You can come and go.
Oh, nice.
So it's fairly flexible for anybody's schedule.
Do you put a sign out for an open house? or-
No, it's not like that. But that's sort of what it was.
Yeah.
You know, they had a Christmas Eve get together
Did
for
carolers
friends.
come by?
No,
No,
and we didn't go caroling either.
that would have been nice if that had happened.
Yeah, well, we didn't sing either. So there was, plenty of food, as usual, and some very nice company. So the day before Christmas, usually we go to Christmas Eve service, say around like 7 o'clock or something like that. And in the past, we've had, when the kids were a lot younger and at home, there was a lot more that I did. Because the day on Christmas we'd get up and have waffles, bacon, juice, hot cocoa, whatever, and then
No
we'd have
caroling?
dinner. No calorie. Nope. And then open gifts.
Sadly, I think that's gone by the boards.
I think you're right.
And and then we'd have dinner, and then something later on in the evening. And that's how it used to be. And when they first got married, it was very similar. We'd go to Christmas Eve, we'd come back, we'd have a food, and then the next day would get up and everybody would show up and do the same schedule. Well, when everybody had kids, then that schedule changed so that and I have all boys, so the daughter-in-laws all do their family on Christmas and do our family the day after Christmas.
Well, everybody does that nowadays. So, did Santa Claus bring you anything?
My children gave me pictures of my grandchildren, so they got them all together to have the group pictures.
Well, that's nice.
And
That must have been hard. 9 grandchildren over 3 different families, getting everybody together.
Yeah, but they're all local.
Yeah, but that's pretty.
So
That's a good logistical
right.
achievement.
So the youngest ones were having pictures taken anyway for the Christmas cards.
Hmm.
And she suggested that if people had the time, if they could show up. And it was interesting because I know how much the older ones are busy. But everybody showed up. So we have pictures of the boys, we have pictures of the girls, and we have pictures of everybody together in different poses. The last time they did this, we were 2 children short. So that was like 5 years ago.
And you don't have short children.
So, do you go outside in the weeds, or what do you take?
They did it at Benson's Animal
Who's the
Farm
they?
in Hudson. My children, their
Your children,
grandchildren.
they went to some farm in New Hampshire.
Well, in Hudson.
Is that still?
There's something there, but
In
the
Hudson,
Mass,
the photographer took them there. They're outside pictures.
Hudson, Mass, or Hudson, New Hampshire?
Hudson, New Hampshire.
I gotcha.
So that's
thought-
where they
I thought
had it.
they
I
were-
don't know what, I haven't looked closely enough to know who the photographer was, but that's what I got, and that's always extra special. And it was funny because we're doing some construction at the lake, and we had to take pictures down, and one of the pictures obviously was all the kids. And I have them in Chelmsford, and I looked at them this year and I said, we have 2 more kids that we need to put in these pictures, and everybody's sort of grown. Really should do that. And then I decided, well, I'll contact them after Christmas and have them all get together, and I'll pay for it. And then my youngest daughter-in-law had the same view, I think it's about time that we have pictures taken again. So we did. But this was the first Christmas that my mother did not share in anything. She chose not to show up. But she'll be 105 in April.
Well, she lives 50 miles away, doesn't she?
No.
No, she's in Littleton now.
She's in Littleton. She's not in Quincy.
Okay, so she lives 25 miles away.
But she's 104.
Right.
We have to.
She went last year.
And
but
she sold the horse. Didn't she sell the horse?
What?
Her mode of transportation.
Did she sell the horse?
No, because I was the motor horse.
So you didn't. Okay, gotcha.
My mother hasn't driven
So
since
your
she was
mother
like
didn't feel
70.
like going. Your mother didn't feel like going.
Yeah, she didn't go. So it was the
Gotcha.
first Christmas that my mother
Did they
chose
have
not to go.
any kind of a Christmas celebration at where she is at the nursing home?
Yes, and they also said if you wanted to show up for lunch, to let them know, and they'd provide, dinner for you too, so you could have dinner with the person
good.
that's there,
Yeah,
which is very nice. And they have
that's
other activities. My mother participates in nothing. It
That's too
takes her
bad.
a while to get used to things, and
Well, maybe when you get to 105, we'll see what.
I'm not going
No.
to make 105.
No,
I'm going to be
I'm not
lucky I
either.
make 90. Or even 85 for that matter, at the rate we're going. But so I did see her Christmas morning, but the way my Christmas schedule went was extremely busy in comparison to past years. So we went to my youngest son's church at 1 o'clock for their Christmas Eve service. They had several during
What's
the
the
day.
name of their church?
Their church is Crossroads in Pelham, New Hampshire. And so we went there.
So Christian, Jewish, Muslim.
Oh, it's Christian.
Okay.
And it's non-denominational. And I think they have another one, they said in Orange, Mass. So they were on video.
Non-denominational doesn't indicate that's Christian.
Well, it means that when I say
Yeah,
non-denominational,
but technically John's correct. You're right.
it's not, it's
So
not,
Muslims are welcome. Jews are welcome.
anybody's welcome.
Right.
Non-denominational.
Non-denominational means
Come
everybody.
on
Right, but they
now.
are
Right.
Christian.
Yep.
So non-denominational means they're not connected with a particular denomination like
In the
Presbyterian.
Chris-
Yes.
in the Christian family.
Yes, so it means they're not Catholic, they're not Episcopalian, they're not Presbyterian, Methodist, Lutherans, and anybody else that's Baptist. They're not anything, they're not
Well,
affiliated.
coming up on Friday, we're going to be talking about the lackluster attendance at all churches.
That's a great topic.
A lot of stuff is online, and there's a lot of people that will do
They
that,
have-
including my kids.
So, how often do they physically
I don't know.
step?
I don't know how often
Almost
they do.
never. My kids, almost never.
Right, but I also know that if we're in New Hampshire,
So, what would
we
it
can-
take to get your kids to go to church? What would it take to get my kids to go to
The
church?
parents have to do it. They have to
Well,
encourage
you
that.
can't tell a 30-year-old what
Oh,
to
no,
do.
no, I get it. But
no,
small
but
children, right.
Right, but I don't know how you motivate them currently without a discussion. My
Well, the
children,
church itself, the church that you go to, are they open-minded or are they closed? Are they deaf to the attendees like the Catholic Church? Like the Catholic Church has got to take a good look at itself and say, we're a little boring. And if we want to get the younger generation in here, we're going to have to
well, they tried that.
change. No, they failed at it.
Yes,
They failed at it.
they
So,
failed at what they were trying to do
So
initially.
Get
And
up and go after another.
So there's a lot of articles that are out there. I'm shutting my phone, the volume's down. Okay, so there's a lot of articles out there on how the Catholic Church changed and now how it's changing back. So with the Catholic Church and with many Protestant churches, what they thought that would pull people in was changing their music. So there are churches out there that it's almost like you got hard rock music, you got the bands, you got the volume. It's like
Very
going to
few.
a big concert.
Very few.
And They thought that by doing something like that, they'd pull more people in. And then you could go through the whole analysis of what goes on in the Catholic Church versus what goes on in the Protestant churches. And there was an article, we discussed this a while back, of how the new priests, the younger priests in the Catholic Church, are going back to all of the old way of presenting scripture, doctrine, doing services, the old music. Some of them want to go back and talk, read stuff in the old Latin. So they're going back to far more conservative ways of approaching things, thinking that may be another way to get
Wouldn't you think,
more
like,
kids
see,
involved.
in my small business world, I travel all over New England and the United States looking for different ideas. And I get wonderful ideas from my colleagues just by going to one of their funerals. Fantastic ideas.
That makes
Why
sense.
doesn't the Catholic Church say, okay, the big bopper in Boston, whatever his name is this week, I think his name's Henning. And so you call Henning up, say, okay, who's got the best attendance in the state? And he'll go, I don't know, but I'll get back to you. Go and see what they're doing right that we're doing left.
Not to change the subject off of religion, but it's related. You just sang the same song that I've been singing for 30 years relative to government. We have 351 municipalities in the state of Massachusetts, and we all act like little kingdoms. And I have said for years, if Chelmsford wants to do something and embark on a program, why don't we look at some of the cities and towns around us to see what they're doing? Maybe we can get some ideas. And almost to a fault, no, we're Chelmsford. We can't do that. And
Yeah,
that's
but we have.
well, recently we have, okay? But it astounds me. I mean, you know what? I don't have all the knowledge in the world. I don't have the lock on truth. You got to be open to new ideas. What John said is true. Getting back to the religious aspect of it, one of the problems the Catholic Church has is that for centuries, the doctrine has been, relative to Christendom anyway, the doctrine has been, we are the one true church. So if that is the basis upon which your faith in your church is built, it's difficult to deviate from that, as opposed to many of the Protestant churches that don't take that tact, okay? Most of the Protestant churches, you drive around and you see the signs and so forth, and all are welcome, okay? And the Catholic Church, a specific Catholic church, isn't going to refuse you entry if you want to go in and you're not Catholic, but you're not free to partake of the Holy Communion, for example. You're not supposed to do that if
Well,
you're
that
not.
depends on the Protestant church
No,
you
I'm
go
talking
into.
about Catholics.
I know that, but
if you're not Catholic, you're not supposed to do
One
that.
at a time, kids.
All right, but the Protestant churches, even the Episcopal Church, which is as close to the Catholic Church as you can get, even the Episcopal Church does not refuse communion to non-Episcopalians,
Right, well,
and so forth. So you have those distinctions between the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches, which I think it makes it more difficult for the Catholic Church to pivot and to adopt different ways of doing things.
right, but
Just my opinion.
Right, but the question would be, do they have to change? Or do they have to be more...
It's up to them. It depends on what they want.
Well, or do they just have to inform
Evelyn,
people
we
more
have
of what's
churches
going
that are
on?
not air conditioned, and they expect people to go there in July.
Well, that's a good point.
Well, they've
I'm
always
not-
come.
How would you like going in January if the church decided not to heat itself?
Right, but there's more to
Right.
this. There's more,
Sadly, Sam, many don't heat themselves.
Really? Well, they keep the temperature low probably
well,
to
because
save money
if you
on
don't
the
have a
heat.
whole pile of people, you're not going to heat all those huge cathedrals. But that's beside where I wanted to go. Where I would like to go is into the actual doctrine of what is going on. Now, at St. Mary's and all of the different things that I've gone to there, and everything is a mass. So if you, which the priest says, the father says, if you are not a Catholic, you cannot participate in the mass, but
You can go up and get a blessing.
but you can go up and get a blessing. And so there are people that I know that aren't Catholic, and that's what they do. And so that's fine. So they feel as though they have participated. There's many Protestant churches that say if you believe, and then they list, if you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, you've confessed your faith in Him, you may partake in the sacrament. But if you haven't, please don't do that, because it's not something that you should do. It's not. It's an act. It's an outward sign of an inward faith of what you're doing. So it's clearly stated.
It's a matter of conscience at that point.
Yes, and whether or not somebody does it, it's however God wants to choose to decide whether they're doing it just because everybody else is, or they're doing it because they really want to participate. And that's not up to us to judge as why they're doing what they do. But in the Catholic Church, they're very clear, at least at St. Mary's when I've been there, they're very clear about what you can and you can't do. And in the different churches
All the
that
Catholic, they all do that.
Okay, and in the Protestant churches that I've attended, they do the same thing too. And so everybody's different. And you said, you got the head honchos in the Catholic Church. Well, you also have in other organized Protestant religions, you have the hierarchy there too, the bureaucracy. So you would have those groups get together, and sometimes they have their conferences, and they have, just like any, like say Raytheon would have a conference, or the IEEE would have a conference. That's the Institute of Electronics and Electrical Engineers. The Microwave Theory and Technique Society has a conference. When they go, there's always discussion groups. How do we get more members? How do we pull more people in? It's a whole thing. You can have marketing strategies for that. And when you, in politics, there's so many people that aren't involved, and you have positions that are not contested. It's the same thing in politics. How do you get more people involved?
Churches are taking way too long to turn the boat around. They don't want to admit that, the place is cold. The seats are not
And what if they're not?
And the seats are not comfortable.
And what if they're not?
And when was the last time the pastor listened to one of his homilies? Put it on YouTube, Pastor, and go home and watch it yourself and see if you watch the whole thing. And if you don't watch the whole thing, what makes you think the congregation wants to watch the whole thing?
Well, everybody has a different approach. You have some churches that will give social sermons. You have other churches that give more biblical sermons. You have some churches that will do a series. They'll do all of Corinthians, or they'll do all of Romans, or they'll do all of the book of John.
Well, who are the Corinthians? Didn't they make leather for the Cordoba?
Anyway, I'm just saying that...
Who are the Corinthians?
Ricaldo Montalban, the actor.
They leather makers?
He always talked about the Chrysler Cordoba and its Corinthian leather. Remember that?
Fine Corinthian leather.
Sometimes
the car was a piece of junk, but
sometimes you have churches, they'll give political sermons that have nothing to do with what your belief is. So when you're talking about the content of a sermon, I've run the gamut. When I was first...
Evelyn, none of them take questions. Sam, you want to read these?
Good morning. Great camera shot of the green tree smokestack. It's pretty cool to watch how steeplejacks install them. Absolutely, nerves of steel. Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that was my next.
Was doing a pretty good job of getting the youth involved with the church again. Yep. Also had parents who made us. We also had parents who made us go to church. That's absolutely right. I can talk a little about that. Faith in God was a big part of our upbringing. I can't see the first word in the last sentence. Something number one religion in Massachusetts is the number one religion in Massachusetts is the Democrat Party. Their temple is the State House.
They pray.
They pray at the altar of the Speaker. All right.
That's kind of cool, which would bring us into different
Well, actually,
discussions.
there are people on both sides of the aisle who do treat their political beliefs as a religion. There's no question about it.
Well, my Democratic friends get wicked deep down, it gets right to their spirit, angry at me, and they say, "Do you go to more political events than you do to church?"
Who says that? Your friend, your Democrat
I
friends?
asked that my
Oh, that's your question
my
to them.
blue underwear
Okay.
Democratic friends, when I see them at church, hey, do you go to more church things, or do you see them at more political things?
That's funny.
They don't like that question.
Well, that's like asking the question, do you only go to church on Sunday, or do you worship God all week long? You don't have to go to church to worship.
That's true.
If
when you
you don't go to church, Evelyn, the church ain't going to be there. So don't bitch and moan when your church closes.
I understand. I've been in those positions. So, with different Protestant churches in my past.
Well, the churches are starving. They're working on bone-dry budgets, and the younger generation is not coming.
Well, one of the
So
comments.
we're looking for solutions. So, Sam, you're going to have to mass around different places and find out who's got the number, and then convince the. You go to St. Mary's?
I'm supposed to.
Okay.
Occasionally, that's a funny situation
Father
because
Brian have an open ear?
well, I've had my differences with the various priests that have been at St. Mary's throughout the years.
Haven't we all?
Yes, but I have to admit, now both I've had 3 grandchildren, and the 2 older girls went through the whole thing for their first communion and so forth. And they take, for those folks out in the audience who aren't Catholic, they have to take classes for about a year. They go once a week and so forth, and they learn the catechism and so forth. And then they're ready for their first communion. And Payson, the 3rd child, is now in that process. And I have to admit, I'm not really a churchgoer, haven't been for many, many years, but I guess I do feel, and this is the old-fashioned in me, I guess I feel that the children, at least, ought to be brought up in a faith, okay, whatever it is, doesn't have to be Catholic, but a faith, and they have to be shown the way, and then when they get to be teenagers or whatever, then they can make a choice as to
Driver's license.
whether they want to go on or not. But I think the parents, if the parents have any religious feeling at all, I think you're kind of obligated to at least put them on the track and expose them to it, all right? Whether or not they choose to continue that as they get older, then that's their choice. But I guess I feel strongly that my grandchildren really ought to be participating more than they do. And I've several times said to my daughter, well, I'll take the kids. I'll take them to church and so forth. And I have on a couple of occasions. We've gone and so forth. And but it's not a regular thing. And to John's point, I mean, this is now, I think, the norm. I mean, when I was growing up in the 50s, you went to church.
Everybody went to church.
And that's all there was to it. And there wasn't even a discussion about it. And the kids really didn't push back that much,
What do you think of this one?
It doesn't help the church's cause when they put up signs saying abolish ICE. Yeah, that probably isn't a good thing to do.
Well, there's other signs that they have out there, but I'm not going to go into the details. When the church gets involved in the politics, it becomes you divide your congregation.
Always.
Right. And so and there's a lot of stuff rolling around in my head that I'd like to talk about with regard to the politics aspect of the religious people that are there, and we can talk about that in a second. But there's so many topics that we can discuss based upon what John has brought up. One is why they're not more younger people in church.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have to first define what do you mean by younger. And so if we talk about my kids'
Below
generation.
40.
Young adults.
I was going to say my kids
Yeah.
and below.
Yeah.
And yours and below.
You can even say below 50.
And part of it
Yep.
was because their parents may have gone to church and done everything that they were supposed to, but they didn't follow through by maintaining that until the kids were 18 or in that bracket, or they were disillusioned and they decided that they were going to let their children make up their minds when they got old enough. So they never brought their
Make
children
up
to
their
church.
minds for what?
If they want to go to church or they want to have,
Without having introduced them.
that's correct.
Yeah, right.
And that was something that we
Right.
talked about,
Right.
decades and decades ago in the Catholic Church, was a lot of people left the Catholic Church because of the strictness of the Catholic Church in terms of what they thought should be societal and acceptant, and they left.
And also
they-
the sex scandal drove a lot of people away with
Right.
the priests. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask my phone, why is church attendance declining? And we can see exactly, if they list certain things.
Oh, you'll get answers. I'll tell you, and of course, you have the debate.
So neither one of you guys thinks it's boring?
No, I actually enjoy going to church.
I don't have a problem either.
But
because
I'm
I have my
almost
own thing.
79 years old.
Yeah,
So don't go
But you
by.
said you don't go.
So don't go by. No, but when I go, I enjoy it. I do.
So you
So-
go to church more, or do you go get an ice cream more?
Oh, I don't do ice cream on
I
Sunday
don't do
mornings.
ice cream on Sunday
No.
morning.
So the
I mean,
answer to the
during
question.
the week, I want to ask Sam this question.
Yep.
Do you go get an ice cream during the week?
Generally, no.
Okay.
Sunday night, maybe, we'll go for ice cream. That's it.
Okay. And church, what makes you get to church?
Well, if there's a reason to go. I mean, obviously,
It's Sunday.
Obviously, funerals and weddings. Sunday, I do enjoy Christmas and I do enjoy Easter. I do enjoy Ash Wednesday. I like going at those times. Okay, but as a regular thing, we don't go.
How about you, Ev? What
Yeah.
makes you go to church?
I don't know, I'm just motivated.
Well, you
Want to see people, communion.
you and Glenn were
We were very much involved.
highly involved in your church years ago.
Oh, yeah, when the
Yeah.
kids were younger and there was different
Right.
things and we weren't going someplace every weekend. So in answer to the question, why is church attendance declining? And this is
Go ahead.
not limited to a religion. Cultural shifts towards secularism, increased political polarization within the religious institutions, negative experience like hypocrisy or scandals, younger generations seeking more relevant, action-oriented faith alongside practical factors like busier lifestyles, online alternatives, and less religious upbringing and diverse family structures. So
I think that's all true.
people
Yeah.
increasingly feel disconnected from traditional church settings, finding them judgmental or lacking general community, while also questioning core teachings in the institutional role of religion. And so it goes through the generational shifts. Part of it has to do with the fact that people are moving all over the place, so it's not as if you're staying in your own town, going to the same parish as your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. You're moving into other communities for jobs, or you're marrying somebody and you're moving where their family is, and so you would have to then get reacquainted with whatever the churches were in those areas. One of the things that Glenn and I did when we were not in Chelmsford, when we lived in other places, was we always established ourselves in a local church. When we were at Cornell University, I think we attended 4 or 5 to try to find one that we really liked, that met our criteria. And some of them were far too traditional and too rigid in what it was they did, and some of them were far too liberal. And I mean, it just depends. So my criteria is, does the church follow Bible doctrine? But you have to know what that is. And so everybody has something a little different.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah,
you know.
and there's a lot of churches that want to, if you get into real conservative churches, their doctrine isn't always reflective. It's their interpretation of Bible.
A lot of it's political.
Well, not the real conservative ones. The real conservative ones will tell you got to wear a dress, you have to wear a hair covering. You've got a lot of traditional things that we look upon today, maybe that they shouldn't
When I
necessarily
was,
be a criteria for going to that particular church. The criteria in Bible doctrine is that it should go according to that you have a belief in Jesus Christ, or you want to learn more about Him, and then whatever is written in the Bible, and you want to study it so that makes your life better.
I can
I mean, there's a lot of pieces to this.
I can remember back in the early 70s when I was in the Army and I was down south. I can remember one Sunday going into a Pentecostal church, and they had this big stained glass window at the front of the church, and the stained glass window was Jesus Christ carrying the American flag. So don't tell me that some of these things aren't political. They are, okay? And I was appalled when I saw that. I mean, I'm a Christian and I'm a patriot and I love this country, but I was still appalled to see the vision of Jesus Christ carrying the American flag. I mean, that sends a very bad message when you cloak that in religion. I didn't like that at all.
So if anybody is interested in why attendance is declining, all you have to do is ask Google, and there's a
You'll
huge
get the
list.
answer.
Well, you
There's
have
a
to do is
huge list.
you go to the mirror and ask the mirror, why don't you go to church?
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but
That's
I mean,
right.
if you want to know and you're interested in all of the different reasons why, there's hundreds of thousands of articles that are out there, and why certain things are out there.
I
And-
believe the biggest point is people don't dwell on it. I
Don't
ask
what?
people, they don't dwell on the issue.
Right.
It
right,
doesn't come
right.
up to think, well, should I go to church? Nah, I'm not going to go.
Well, it's not relevant in their life because they're not looking to be fed information. They find that there's no need for that. There's no need for God in their life. There's no need for anything other than whatever it is that they want to do. So that's the secularism.
They don't.
That is out there.
I think most people pray to God when they need, when they feel the need. They pray to God directly from their pillow or their home or their car. But what's it going to take to go out of your way to actually go to church? And I think that's the best way to thank God is to go out of your way. Because what I use for an example is if you have two phones on your desk and they both have caller ID, and caller ID goes up a guy who only calls you when he has trouble, and the other one is your best buddy who goes out to lunch with you every week.
Which one are you going to
Which
pick
call
up?
are you going to take?
Right.
I'm going to talk to my buddy.
Probably, yep.
So I think that's why it comes in handy to go to church.
Well, it's not, I mean, people do what their priorities are. And, getting back to what Evelyn said earlier, and we'll go back to the 1950s when I grew up, that wasn't a discussion. Church wasn't, it was considered almost an obligation, and it wasn't even discussed whether or not you went or you practiced or whatever. I mean, it was just an accepted part of life. It was like eating breakfast. I mean, it's something that you just did and didn't really think much about it. And then, I think as people started to think about it in the 60s and some of these scandals broke and what have you in the Catholic Church, I mean, people started to pull away. What's always interested me is if you read the Bible and you look at the life of Jesus, and Jesus is supposed to be the church, okay? And it doesn't occur to me that Jesus needed great big ornate buildings with hundreds of thousands of dollars of trappings. And
No, he traveled.
I just read recently where some church installed a new pipe organ and they paid over $1 million for it. Now, I like music and I love organ music, but
That's a lot of money.
I look at that and I say, is this what the church is supposed to be? I mean, are we supposed to be building and spending money on our own comfort and our own edification, or is the church supposed to be, more of an
on the other
outreach
hand,
into the
Sam,
community type thing? I don't know. I mean, it's...
On the other hand,
Yeah.
where is a home for something that's the best?
Right.
If you want the best organ, why not put it in God's house?
Right, but I think...
That's the logic behind that.
Right, but I think that the
Expensive.
point...
No, that's a good point.
Right, but
That's a
I
good
also
point.
think that the point is,
Yeah.
why $1 million? Now, there are other views on this, and you have a battle between good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And if if people do believe that there's a battle of good and evil, and that spiritually you have, heaven and hell, and you have God, Jesus Christ versus Satan, and that, then if Satan or the devil is telling you you have great morals, and you can make decisions on your own, and what do you need Christ for? If you think along those lines, then he's winning. There's no. In the Christian religion, there's no salvation unless you believe in Jesus Christ and that he died on the cross for our sins. It's his blood.
Let me represent the issue, okay? Your great-grandchildren will not have a church to go to. The churches are going. They're going to be gone. Out of business. Gonzo. There'll be one per state. What's it going to take to keep your church open? What's it going to take for your grandchildren to go to church? And don't take it personal for everyone's grandchildren to go to church. These churches are hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, but part of it...
So you can't go backwards.
I'm going to oversimplify, okay, when I make the statement that as you study, if anybody studies, the Bible and the second coming of Christ, and you study Revelation and then all of the supporting verses from the Old Testament and the New Testament, you find that slowly Satan takes over. And it's kind of like putting the frog in cold water and bringing it to a boil. By the time you get to the boil, the frog can't get out of it. And that's about where we are spiritually, and that's where it is headed. And unless you know that, or you are aware of it, you are caught in that web of deceit that Satan wants, making you think that everything's fine. So unless you hear a different message, you ain't going down the road of going to church, because you don't have a need to go there to be spiritually fed, because you don't have that particular spirituality. Now, there's online churches, there's online everything today, and you can go and access that. I'm not saying that you're not religious or you don't believe in Christ if you don't attend a physical building. I'm saying that there's a lot of pieces to that, and as one of the other guys pointed out on the text messages, is that Charlie Kirk was motivating people because he had a simple message, and he appealed to a sense of logic.
That's gone though, Ev.
That's true.
Well, I don't know how much it's gone, because it has that has grown. You had Billy Graham that was out there.
Sam's going to read this message whether you like it or not.
When parents let their kids hang around and play violent video games, then I'll bet religion and faith are not top priority in their household. I would tend to agree with that statement. One other thing I will say, and we've had this conversation before, and it's a big thing with me. We're here in eastern Massachusetts, and most of what we say is within that mindset and context. If people were to travel around the country and spend time in other parts of the country, this conversation would be different. There are parts of the country where the churches are booming. They're booming.
They have thousands of people.
They're not booming around here.
Florida.
John is correct. Around here, it seems like they're dying. But you go to the southern states and the Midwestern states, and the churches are booming. Mostly the Protestant type churches are booming, and like Evelyn says, thousands of people. So a couple of months ago, you went to a concert in Worcester that was put on by the Collingsworth family, and these are faith-based musicians, and they're just wonderful musicians and so forth. And I have to say that I was skeptical. First of all, I was flabbergasted that they would even come to Massachusetts, because this was the first time they had ever given and I followed these people for 7 years. This is the first time they had ever given a concert in Massachusetts, and I was floored that they would come here. And yet, how was the attendance?
I thought it was good.
Yeah, considering...
For a Monday night.
For a Monday night in liberal, secular Massachusetts, these folks show up and they have a message. They have a God-inspired message through their music. And unfortunately, I couldn't attend because I was not feeling well, all right, but four of us were supposed to go. And I followed these folks for years because I like their music, and quite frankly, I like their message. But I was astounded that they would even come to Massachusetts. But the fact that you had a reasonable number of people in this part of the country show up for something like that on a Monday night, it kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well, it also depends on, I mean, there's just so many factors. I mean, to try
How
to...
did they spread the word?
Well, a lot of times...
My chief complaint to local electoral people is, how do you know it's voting day? How would you know this concert was even happening? So how did they spread the word? And if you can't speak to that, you can't know everything. But that's important.
That was something else that I'd bring up with the fact that what I was going to say, obviously, I'm not going to say. But in order to get people to attend major events is, first of all, today you have a lot of technology that you can get word out. Years ago, you had to call people, you had to do mailings, you did
I understand, but do you
advertisements.
know what they used to get that attendance? And if you don't, you
Well,
can't
they have
know.
their own website.
They have a website, and it's social media,
Yeah.
pretty much.
And then there's other people, because the church that I'm a member of had a concert to benefit, I don't know if it's Haiti, the Dominican Republic. It was for some of the orphanages, and that went out via Facebook. And so that was something, a fundraiser. There's a lot out there within churches, and you have to have within a church groups that appeal to different levels, age levels. So, and then the biggest thing that I see is you can't have any controversy or scandals within a church. People leave, whether it's the Catholic Church or it's a Protestant church.
They're trying to...
Because they just don't want to be around controversy. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to understand what sin is and what forgiveness is within how they look at things,
Right.
and they don't want to be affiliated with something that might get out in the public, because then how does that look for them? So sometimes it's just the outside persona and their reputation that they're concerned about. Now, Grace Chapel, umpteen decades ago, had a minister that...
Where is that?
That was in Lexington, Mass. That had a moral issue, and a lot of people that didn't like that left, and he came back, and you had to understand that that person way back had asked for forgiveness, went to the church, confessed the sin, which is what you're supposed to do, and then asked for their forgiveness, besides the fact they had God's forgiveness.
And they took him back.
I don't remember if they did or they didn't.
Okay.
This was a very long time ago, Sam. But I'm just saying that you have that. Now, within the Catholic Church, you had the scandal with all of the different things going on with, I would call it, child abuse. And some of them made it public, and they cleaned house, and they did what they needed to do. And I'd like to know where those churches are. You would have to do research on that. Versus the churches that try to sweep it under the rug. And where are they at today? So people that are looking at religion, organized religion, and saying, do I want to be part of this? First of all, they have to know if they have their own faith or their belief, or they go for social reasons to churches to meet people because they know they're moral or they're ethical.
That's a lot of it. Yeah.
And there's a whole lot of other events that will occur. And you can question your motivation to go to church. Do you feel guilty if you don't go? So, I mean, there's so many factors to this.
Why do sports figures always thank God when they win a championship? Just a question. Well, they must have some sense of belief in a supreme being.
But there's a lot of them out there that do believe. And you have a lot of groups within the sports communities that have their own Bible studies and their prayer groups and just list it, and they have it. Now,
well, the belief is, for people who believe, and accomplished people like professional athletes, professional musicians, whatever it happens to be, a lot of these folks have the belief that their talent is from God, and you will hear that. Rush Limbaugh used to say his He used to say, talent on loan from God. That's what he used to say. So he was trying to tell his audience, this isn't self-generated. You know, my success, my ability as a broadcast media person isn't because of me, it's talent on loan from God. And I always thought that was a pretty good message, you know, when he
So
said
what he
that.
was doing was he was
Yeah.
giving praise
Exactly,
to God
exactly.
for the talent that
he had.
Rush
And-
Limbaugh was a ham.
Was a what?
A ham.
Oh, of course he was a ham.
Well,
But I think, but I believe that when he made that statement, I think he was sincere. I mean, I think he believed
I
it.
don't think he was saying
No,
it
it
because
was
he wanted
showmanship.
ratings.
Yeah.
Well, you can say anything you want. That's your
Right,
judgment
that's your
call.
opinion, that's fine.
But a lot of people that are talented, whether they're within the secular community or within the spiritual, or they cross over, you know, they're back and forth between those arenas. Many times they will give praise to God that
Right.
that's like the Collingsworth. That's what they say all of the time. I mean, you know, this is not something that I figured out. This is something that God gave us or our family, and we're sharing that gift with everybody else. And we can go into all kinds of historical documentation
Well,
of
just-
people in the past, but John's thing is what's going on today and in the future, and what did we do wrong or right in
And
the
why,
past.
why are the churches losing membership?
Right, and so online, it gives you all the possible reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, like I said, you do have spiritual warfare out there that a lot of people are not aware of.
Spiritual what?
Warfare.
Warfare, okay.
Yes, between good and evil. And, you know, evil wants you to believe that, you know, you can make decisions without having God or Jesus Christ in your life. You can do all kinds of types of things, and there's a lot of atheists out there that are highly moral and ethical individuals.
Yep, that's true.
And, you know, that's what their choice is. We're not going to debate that because currently, first of all, we don't have time, and I'd like to prepare a little bit better to be able to do that. Obviously, this is a
Well,
conversation
atheism
that was...
in and of itself is a form of faith, because you can neither prove nor disprove empirically and scientifically the existence of God. So if you believe in the existence of God, that is a matter of faith. And I would also argue if you believe there is no God, that's a matter of faith, because you can't prove there's no God. You with me? Okay.
I took a drink of water.
All right. So, I mean, you know,
This early in the morning, I either need water or coffee.
and both sides, if you engage with an atheist or you engage with somebody who is highly religious in his belief system, there isn't any discussion. I mean, when it's a matter of faith, it cannot be debated. Okay, it cannot be, because your mind is in cement and it is made up to that point of view. And debate is, at that point, when you're talking to somebody like that, the mind is not open, and debate is useless. It's a waste of time. You're not going to change people's minds.
Well, there's a lot, like we've talked about, there's a lot of different reasons why people think or believe the way that they do. I
Sure.
don't think that the political structure in this country has been conducive to supporting any form of belief in anything except themselves, the political structure.
Well, that's
They've
absolutely true.
taken out
That's true.
10 Commandments, which, when you take a look at what they are, basically is the foundation for most of our laws.
Have either of you enjoyed watching the TV program called Chosen?
I don't
No.
watch it. And there's a lot.
What is it?
Fantastic show.
What is it? What's it about?
Jesus.
Oh, okay.
The guy looks just like Jesus,
Yeah.
living in Jesus' day, running into Mary Magdalene, his
I'm
mother.
going to guess this is not a network program. Is this like a Netflix or something like that?
Probably one
It's a
of on
series.
Netflix.
But not on the net, not on ABC,
No.
NBC. Yeah.
No.
No.
But where I was going with was that when I went into, when I was going into junior high, and that was in 1963, because
Do
of,
the math, folks.
well, I can tell you I'm 74, but the Madeline Murray O'Hare
Oh,
took
Madeline Murray O'Hare. Yes, I am very acquainted
was an
with her.
atheist and thought that this was an imposition on people, and
Actually,
and-
she started in 1961, but that's okay. You're close.
Right, but she started,
Right.
but they took prayer out of the
In
public
63.
school system.
In 63.
And so I just remember it from 63.
Well, I remember, and I remember it vividly, because when I was in high school, this was public high school, okay? I went to a public high school. And every morning, they started off with a Bible verse.
Excuse me.
A student would read a Bible verse
Yep.
over the intercom, okay? And we didn't pray in class, we didn't say the Lord's Prayer, but they would start with a Bible verse, and then we would say the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, I remember that. So, and I remember I was a sophomore in high school, okay, so this was 1962. Halfway through the year, they stopped. And that's when and that's how I remember when the Supreme Court decision came down, because that's what made them stop that, because the Supreme Court, on the O'Hare case, they made the decision that, active, out loud group prayer in a school constituted an establishment under the First Amendment of religion, and it was unconstitutional. So that was the ruling. And it just, I forget the day, but it was like Wednesday we had the Bible reading, and Thursday it was gone. I mean, that's how fast it was. It was like within 24 hours of the Supreme Court decision, it stopped. And I'm going to guess that's the way it was in any other public school
And
that
right,
did
I
that.
didn't go to a public school.
I'm going to guess it was the same way, but it was abrupt. And but what I do remember is that we were all aware of the Supreme Court case. We all, as high school, we knew who Madeline Murray O'Hare was, and we knew what the case was.
But there's a lot that
Yeah.
People today, from that point on, of generations, don't know because nobody teaches it. It's kind of like, and we're headed towards the second hour here, which we can talk about in the next hour, and that is that there has been less and less history, American history, world history, taught in the public school system. It's too bad
By
that Jay
design.
may not be here.
By
and
design. By design.
JC, he's at the parking lot.
Excellent. So we can discuss
design.
that with Jay. We didn't talk about all of the other stuff going on in the United States, like the killing of an individual out in Minnesota. We didn't talk about the fraud. We didn't talk about all kinds of stuff. But maybe next week, the first hour, we'll talk a little bit more about those kinds of things, because I would suggest to anybody currently listening is that please get the facts before
Yeah.
you have an opinion.
Before opening your mouth, please get the
It's
facts.
easier being a dummy.
Well, it's
You're
easier
right.
just being a political activist
You're
and saying
absolutely
anything that
right.
comes to mind, whether or not it's true or it's
What
not true.
I heard on the news this morning, Channel 5, and they were talking about the Minnesota situation, and they interviewed a retired Massachusetts state trooper. And they said, what do you think? Because there were two versions of the story, and he said, we have to wait for all the facts to come out.
Yeah.
And that is always the right answer.
Right, and then,
That's
and
always the right answer.
And the
Right.
governor of that state is playing victim and making it he's making it highly political, and not doing the
And
right
we'll
thing
be
either.
back.
So we're
Yep.
gonna break, we'll be back shortly.
All right, I'm going to get...
Welcome back for those that were with us the first hour, and welcome to those that join us from 7 to 8. I'm Evelyn Thoren. I am your host this morning, another Thursday. Sam Chase is my co-host. We got John McDonough behind the camera, sometimes on the camera, and our guest this morning is Dr. Jay Lang, who's the superintendent of schools in Chelmsford. And so
morning,
we
Evelyn.
pretty much see you
Sam?
at least 4 times a year.
Correct. Yeah, we try quarterly.
And
We shoot for
Well,
it.
that makes
well,
sense.
so does Paul.
Quarterly review,
So,
right.
town manager tries to come in on a quarterly basis or every other month or whatever it might be, which is always nice to have updates so that those that are listening from the town of Chelmsford can know what's going on, or if anybody has any questions, they're able to at least ask. So we give them another opportunity of knowing everything that their tax dollars are going towards within the town of Chelmsford, and how good that might be. So the big thing currently in the school system that you're working on is the new school building project.
Correct.
I'm on the permanent building committee, but we defer to your committee, and the chair of that committee is a member of that building committee.
Correct.
And you're in those, you're not even in the initial stages, you have moved quite a bit. And you also, since the last time you were on, there's been 2 more public sessions
Correct.
that you had that focused on different things. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you so that you can tell people, the attendance at those 2 things, what you talked about, and then what the milestone is, and kind of like a little timeline, that
Great.
we can expect.
And I could go on for 2 hours on this, so you're
Yeah,
gonna
but
have
you
to
gotta keep
rein
it-
me in if
okay.
I go off topic.
Executive summary.
Okay, executive summary. So we're actually in the second major phase of the project, which is called the feasibility study. So we entered that
Can
actually.
you move that mic closer to your,
Yep, sorry.
There you go.
Is that better?
a little bit closer would be nice.
Even closer? How about that, John?
Perfect.
All right, so we're in the second major phase of the project, which is called the feasibility study, and we began that last spring. We went through a process of hiring an owner's project manager, left field, to help be the day-to-day liaison for the schools in the town on the project. And
Is
then-
that a requirement?
It is.
Okay.
So MSBA, when you work with the Mass School Building Authority, it's a very prescribed process that they make you go through. And one of the things you have to do first is hire a representative because it's such a large-scale project. So they serve as our project manager. And then last summer, we went out to bid and we ended up selecting AI3 architects. So they're going to be the designer for the project. So those were 2 kind of critical elements that happened between last spring and summer. And then right as we got into the school year in the fall, we started having some community visioning sessions to get the public up to speed with what's been happening, because this is actually, we're about 2 years into the project at this point, but we need to re-engage the public to make sure that they know where we're at in the process. So we had a community session in October, one in November, one in December. The first one was really just to bring people up to speed with the whole MSBA process, how it works, timeline for the project. And then in the second and third sessions, we talked a little bit more about what the options we have before us are as we look at a potential new school building project in Chelmsford. Overall, just kind of high level, we were approved to look at 3 different grade level configurations for a new middle school. The first is the most straightforward. Parker Middle School currently serves all grade 5 and 6 students in Chelmsford, so it would just be a 1-for-1 replacement of Parker Middle School grade 5 and 6. A second option allows us to take a look at bringing 4th grade up into the new middle school and doing a 3 grade level option, so doing a grade 4, 5, 6 middle school. The attraction of that project is it actually helps in one project be able to not only have a new school in town for 3 grade levels of kids as opposed to 2, but that also helps us with the overcrowding we have at the current elementary schools. So by taking 4th grade out of the elementary schools, it opens anywhere between 100 and 120 seats at each of those buildings, and that extends the life of those 4 elementary schools for all considerable purposes for at least 15 or 20 years. Obviously, you have to continue to maintain them, but we would have enough physical space to be able to continue to operate those 4 elementary schools. A third option would be to actually build a new grade 5, 6, 7, 8, so kind of recombining McCarthy and Parker into one new facility. That also would address the elementary enrollment issue in the long term, because Parker would come offline at the end of the project, and McCarthy as a facility would potentially be able to be used as a swing space or as a fifth elementary school. You would have to still do some pretty significant work to make McCarthy suitable for elementary students as opposed to the middle school population it currently serves. But technically, that would also help in the long-term implication. As you can imagine, looking at those three options, cost is going to be a consideration, and operationalizing the building is a consideration as well. So we don't have the final, cost estimates at this point, but obviously the most the least expensive option is going to be 2 grade levels, 5, 6. There's going to be a cost for the 4, 5, 6 in the middle, and then the highest cost option is going to be the 4 grade level, 5 to 8. So we should actually have some cost estimates by the end of this week. And the school building committee, Evelyn, that you had mentioned, actually reconvenes next Thursday to take a look at those cost estimates and to start to whittle down some of the options. Because we do have to take a look. At this point, the MSBA, for each of your three options, they make you look at what a renovation addition would look like, what just a code upgrade of the existing facility would look like, and then what a new school would look like. So we actually have multiple iterations of the three different options. You also have to take a look at physically where you would put a new building if you were to add a building. So you have a whole series of options that run with that. So we've got about 16 different options that are being vetted at this point. I'm believing within the next 2 or 3 weeks, that'll probably get whittled down to under 10. And then between January and May, we need to actually decide on the preferred project. So there'll be continued whittling based, again, on cost, on location. Some of the locations may get scaled out. Something else might come into consideration. So that's kind of where we're at in the process. Significant amount of work being done, again, by that building committee. We meet monthly. And I think the only reason that we're not just going directly through the permanent building committee is just because of the size of the project and just the amount of times the group has to meet. There are certain procedural elements when you work with the MSBA as well, that you have to have a broader representation on the board as opposed to just the permanent building committee.
Right, but the
Makes sense.
pretty much the rule of thumb, what we've done since the town manager created the permanent building committee, is that if you have a project that isn't like a general one type of thing, kind of like when they did the police stations.
Right.
And we did the fire stations, we did different things. We had a committee that worked independently, but we had liaisons, and we then had updates. And when it came time for the implementation, for the actual building part, then the permanent building committee got involved a lot more.
Sure.
Because it's more like an oversight committee rather than just being on the ground doing all of the work. So
Right.
I think that's part of why that was designed. And so having a school building committee, okay, to me wasn't unusual.
Right.
And I was sort of happy, not that I wasn't on it, but I was kind of happy in the fact that you can have more people, you have more input, more ideas, and you also have the people that are in the arena making some of those decisions and recommendations. And that's very important too, because you
Right.
know what your needs are.
Right. No, I think it serves us well, and again, there will be more tie-in for the permanent building committee as we get a little further along. But I guess to kind of bring us up to where we are today. So there's, again, significant work that's kind of taken us to this point. We have a program submission to the MSBA at the end of January where we have to actually document, they call it our education program. So we've spent the last 2 or 3 months actually putting a report together from the school department that talks about the current programming that takes place at Parker Middle School. And then we have to actually put a section together for each of those three options to say, like aspirationally, if we were to do a brand new 5, 6, what would we like to see? If we did a 4, 5, 6, what would we like to see? If we did a 5 to 8, what would we like to see?
That's a lot of work.
It's been a lot. Our own internal report is at about 90 pages at this point of just kind of documenting everything that's actually transpired, and then it's actually part of a 1,500-page report because we've had to have different consultants come out to do all of their work on the existing Parker facility. But that'll go into the MSBA by the end of January. Hopefully they'll obviously appreciate, ask questions about the report, but that will help us between now and May really continue to kind of cut down some of the options and hone in on exactly what we want to do facility-wise.
Now, you talked about the three options, and I think you explained that very well. How much input at this stage of the game does MSBA have relative to directing you or guiding you towards one of those choices?
They obviously have input because it's their process. And what they want to make sure that communities do is ultimately have the best chance for success of the project once you go forward to the public for public support. So they want to make sure that you've actually kind of unturned all the rocks, you've gotten into the weeds to figure out, as you're presenting this project publicly, have you really considered every single option in front of you? Is there any stone left unturned? Do you have answers for all the community questions that could come up about, why didn't you, in configuration 2C, this option here, why isn't this getting more weight than another one? They want to make sure that you've actually just kind of gone through a very thorough process and have thoroughly documented the rationale for what the ultimate recommendation is. But in the end, I think as long as you've done your due diligence, they will move forward and support the preferred option. It's just very much process
All right.
kind of driven at
So
this point.
that was, you just answered the second part of my question, which would have been, they don't say, well, look, if you pick option one, we're going to give you 40%. If it's two, it's 50. They don't do that.
No, so we actually, we're going to have a structured percent reimbursement on the project. Right now, we're doing a South Row roof project, and that was part of an accelerated repair and order core program. But the reimbursement from the MSBA on that project was right around 52%.
Oh, that's good.
Might have been 52 and a point or something like that, but it was right around 52%. So ultimately, in the end, they'll go through this very same process. I believe our reimbursement rate will be very similar, that they'll reimburse, again, close to that 52% for all of the eligible costs. But obviously, the dollar amount that's going to get reimbursed is less on the overall, less on the 5.6 as opposed to, say, the 5.8, just because the total project cost is going to be less.
Right.
But no, it's standard, and they don't say, we're going to give you more on if you do this project or less
Okay.
if you do
All
that
right.
project.
All right.
They just want to make sure that you really have done all of your homework, and you've really thought out with the community what the long-term solutions are. And I think coming back to that, we're really just trying to accomplish the very most for Chelmsford that we can in one project. And if we can build the new school and also begin to address some of the enrollment needs that we have at the elementary level, I think we'd really be setting ourselves up for future success, because I don't think we really have the capacity to do, say, one project now and then immediately jump back in the pipeline to do
No,
a
no.
second school or a third school.
This is a hard
So-
thing for the town to swallow. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, we saw
relative to
that
the
when I was
cost.
on the committee. But what you said, eligible. So that is a very key word in terms of reimbursement.
Right.
And one of the things that has been discussed is location. And I was not aware until you brought it up, because, it was a long time since we had tried to do something when I was on the committee. And one of the eligible or non-eligible things is if you build on a different location, and I'm going to ask you to define location,
Okay.
then if you tear down the building, there's no reimbursement on the cost of tearing the building down or doing anything with the building you have. So currently where Parker is, in terms of defining that location, like from on the boundaries,
Yes.
how is that defined? I have something in my head, but I'm going to see if you're doing the
Okay.
same thing. So it isn't like it's a campus per se, but it's on that idea, kind of like with the high school. What is encompassed within that area? But within Parker, is it just where the building is or something additional?
Yep. No, I think I know what you're talking about. So we're actually looking at 3 different locations for a new school building at this point. One is the Parker site, and I'll get back to that in a second and more fully kind of define the boundaries. A second is up on Graniteville Road, where the major fields are for the high school, the softball field, the baseball fields. That would potentially be a site. And then there's another site at the back corner of McCarthy Middle School. So if you're looking at McCarthy from the front of the building, the far left corner, in the back where they have the ropes course, to the left of the track, would potentially be another site. So the first thing you want to try to do is use town-owned property, because the MSBA will not participate in any site acquisition. So if you had to go buy a private parcel or something like that, they wouldn't reimburse for any of the site acquisition costs. They'll only participate in the construction costs. So with those three properties are town-owned, it makes it much easier for us. We don't have to deal with any land takings. We don't have to deal with any land purchasing.
No, and at least you have land.
And we have land. So that's a positive. We have to define like the pros and cons of each of those three sites, because you can imagine, the Graniteville site is a very large, open, flat area. It'd be very easy to build a school there, but you also are losing field space. You're losing green space within the community, and what is that trade-off? So you have to have all those discussions. Getting back to the Parker site, which in the end probably is the most likely and advantageous site to build the school. It's the entire Parker parcel is what the MSBA would consider, from the corner down that kind of starts near the ice cream stand.
Yep, by Sully's.
Yeah, by Sully's, and goes all the way out back behind Parker School.
Yep, so you're going Richardson Road, you're going down Crooked Spring,
That's
you're
a big-
sort of
yeah.
taking a left.
Big piece of the property.
Yes, and then.
So it's the entire parcel of
Sam, you need to
Parker.
move into your mic.
Okay.
It's the entire Parker parcel, and if we utilize that, which a lot of communities do, so there is, if we did a new school, you would probably build a new school, on the field space coming up close to Parker Middle School as it stands now, and then you would tear down the old Parker Middle School and make that the open field space or the green space. That's what most communities typically do. And again, as you were kind of alluding to earlier, if we utilize the Parker site, the Parker property has to come offline, so the Parker School has to come down at the end of the project. The MSBA will participate and reimburse their percentage of the cost to demolish and do all the abatement, because obviously there's asbestos in an old building, so the abatement, the demolition, the MSBA will participate in. If we ended up going on Graniteville, then Parker still has to come down, but the MSBA will not participate in reimbursing for that. That would be completely on the town to have to do.
So, in the evaluation of Parker as a viable building after the fact, what would have to be done, if anything, to utilize it somehow?
You can't. At the end of the project, Parker has to come offline. Parker has to be demolished.
That's part of the eligibility.
It's part of the eligibility.
Right.
It's part of the
So
whole
it cannot
project.
be used by the school system?
Correct. It has to come down, because one of the things that we're actually arguing is that Parker, is not a site suitable long-term for, education. That it's reached its end of life, its systems have reached their end of life. It's not a handicap accessible building. We have challenges every day with staff
We
and
got water
students.
under it.
There's a stream running. It's quite eclectic. There's a little river that
Do
runs
you
under the
think
school.
that when you tear it down and they build new fields, that you'll put that stream underground?
I don't know. That's,
In the those.
yeah,
big-
I do know what you mean. I
concrete-
don't know, because it is a protected wetland, so you're going to get into all kinds of
Conservation
wetland-type
areas?
Yeah, they're going to
issues.
have mandates that they're going to have to
Yeah.
address.
On a positive, anything we do to remove the school, to bring the stream back to more typical of what we would have in an open space, I think is going to be better. I don't know if there's going to be some way, because we're going to have to figure out a design that actually incorporates bridging or being able to still tie into that back of Parker, because it goes out for quite some way. And that also would be very nice flat ground to be able to do field space on, green space on. So that will all be part of the design. But I think one of the other elements that we look at when we look at the Parker site is obviously there's an incentive to do it there because of the reimbursement on tearing down the old facility. Again, if we were just going to keep the Parker building in play, then we do have to do just the code upgrade option, but they're going to cost out what it would actually be to just do a code
Right, but-
upgrade of Parker.
Yes, and that does not address any kind of increased enrollment either.
Correct.
Which is the next question. So as far as your enrollment is concerned, what are your projections over the next 5-10 years? Is
Yeah, the
increasing?
projections are still holding strong, so, and that's
Okay.
the problem. So this year, we actually added 60 new students to the school system.
Wow.
Primarily elementary and middle school. But we added 60 students, and we're still estimated to increase by 500 to 700 students over the next 10 years.
Wow.
So that is the situation that we really have before us. If you think about the existing, just to jump down to elementary for a moment, if you think about the existing elementary schools in town, obviously they're all aging as well, but the buildings are pretty physically, structurally sound. The town's been investing in systems, whether it's boilers or roofs or window projects and things like that. So the town has been putting money into keeping those buildings viable. Back in 2017, which was actually probably one of the smartest things we did, we added 22 modular building classrooms to those 4 elementary schools, and that really extended their useful life. And that was about a $7.5 million project. But if you think about it, 22 classrooms is almost the size of an elementary school. So, we kind of built an extra elementary school space-wise for about $7.5 million. And when we did that on site, we also then didn't have all the extra costs that you have to replicate if you did just a standalone fifth building, right? You didn't have to add new administration. You didn't have to add, specialist teachers and special classrooms and things like that. We were able to utilize the existing 4 buildings and some of the inherent, staff and budgetary considerations that come with that to really make almost like a 5th elementary school with those spaces. But physically, there's no additional room on those 4 properties to add classrooms beyond that. And we really do need something that's going to help on that because we just do not have capacity.
How long ago was that we got those modules?
It came forward in 2017.
Oh, my Lord, almost 10 years. It doesn't
Yeah.
seem possible that we've had them that
I know.
long.
I think that was my second year here. We made the recommendation to do that, went to town meeting.
And the
I-
kids love it. I mean, my grandchildren have experienced the module. I mean, at
Buy-in, right?
Byam, and the comment is, "Oh, we have air conditioning."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
if,
again,
if you're in the modular.
they're not like the old
Right.
school modular buildings that you hear about. These are actual.
no, they're
they're
beautiful.
permanent construction.
Yeah.
They're rated for 30 to 40 years of life. Sometimes you see modular classrooms that kind of come in
Yeah.
on a trailer.
We're not talking Quonset huts here, folks.
Well, we're not
No.
talking
No.
about what we started with at South Row.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
No,
Or
exactly.
what we put at the other 2
Right.
middle schools.
Correct.
Did we get any reimbursement on those?
We did not. That was actually town meeting just supported that, and we actually just
Because it's not permanent.
I think
Not-
we
not
funded that
permanent.
from the budget, too. I don't,
we did within the
Yeah,
operating
yeah,
budget within
yeah.
the capital.
yep.
Yeah, because there was no debt exemption with regard
Correct.
to that.
Yep.
John?
2 questions. Jay, Parker, are they going to rename something Parker?
Well, typically the name would carry over to the new building.
So we'll call the new one Parker as well?
Yeah, so the old one will come offline, and the new one will become Parker.
Page 2, the land, I know we're going to rip the building down. Can we sell the land?
Well, we'd be building the new school. Right now, there's a school, and then there's field space next to the school. So ideally, we'd build the new school on the field space, and then we would knock the old school down and make that the field space. So it would just be a trade-off as the
Okay.
project happens.
Rogers School added another 600 kids to the school. Not 600, I forget how many, but they put a new building with no parking.
Okay.
What kind of parking do you have at the Parker site
We actually-
going forward?
Yeah, we actually have decent parking at the Parker site now, because in the back of the building, it does, there's a nice parking lot that goes out for
good
quite
size
some
lot.
time. But in each of the 3 options, they've had to do a parking study. So each of the 3 options, based on like how many adults would be in the building, how many parents may be coming during the day, they have parking configurations built into the sites.
Beautiful, thank you.
So,
This isn't Lowell, John, okay?
well, we have
Chelmsford-
the- we have the
Chelmsford is
space.
not
See,
Lowell.
Just so I let the Chancellor know, you can build a whole housing project on Lowell now. You don't need any parking for anybody.
I understand that.
No.
Right, but that's something that we have to take into consideration because that's part of what is a public school
No,
system.
it was a
It's-
choice that our city council chose. Drake chose to have 2 parking spaces per unit.
Yeah.
Lowell chose to have 0.
Right, but when you take a look, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, you take a look at MSBA reimbursement, part of the study that they do is the parking aspect of it. And that's a component that you need as you move forward with your new building
Well,
project.
apparently they looked the
They
other way
require-
with this Lowell Rogers School project.
Well,
There's a time they looked the other way, and they did.
I'm just saying that
The
in this
teachers
particular
have no
case,
place to park.
we're not doing that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I can only speak to our project. It would have ample parking, following the the MSBA guidelines, because as you indicate, they do have guidelines for parking spaces based on the square footage of the building and how many staff would be occupying the building. I do just want to touch base on 1 second when we talk a little bit about the reimbursement rate and like what is reimbursable and what isn't reimbursable. So MSBA also has very prescribed guidelines on, say, what the size of a classroom would be, because there is going to be a discussion at some point in time about, if the project costs $100 million and they're reimbursing 52%, why aren't they reimbursing $52 million and we're, paying $48 million? It's never going to be that clean. There are certain elements that, as we're looking at this particular school, they may, and again, we're not doing this, but let's say they're only allowing 900 square foot for a classroom, but we decide we want to have 950 square foot. Well, they'll reimburse us up to the 900,
Right.
but if a town decides to do the extra 50, then
on
the
the
extra
town's
50 is
dime.
on our own, right?
Right.
So that's when a situation would come up where something you might hear is like not eligible. As we're doing our initial space configuration of the building, there's really not too much that's coming up that would potentially fall into that category. We do have, just in the district, because we've built significant special education programming to keep kids in district as opposed to sending them out, we do have additional special ed services and classrooms in our current schools that we certainly would need to replicate in the new building. Those exceed the MSBA guidelines slightly, so we need to have a conversation with them, usually on a situation around like special education. And if you can document, you physically have these classrooms now, you can argue to have them be included in the new building. A second aspect is around, say, the gymnasium and the size of a gymnasium. They have a very prescribed square footage for middle school, but obviously our gym is going to have to be a little bit different if you do, the 5 and 6 or the 4, 5, 6 or the 5 to 8, just because of the number of classrooms or classes that are actually going to have to be utilized in the gym during the course of the day. They have just a standard, I believe, for a middle school, they give you like a 4,000 square foot gym. But like that 4,000 square foot gym may suffice if we just did the 5 to 6. But if we do the 4, 5, 6 or the 5 to 8, that wouldn't be large enough to accommodate multiple classes at the same time in the gym. So we have to have that conversation with them. But in the end, again, the reimbursement rate is locked for anything that is eligible. And we just, between now and probably May, are going to be, kind of honing in on that, picking the design, picking the selection. And then after May, everyone agrees, basically between May and October, we're going to go into schematic design. So that's when AI3, the architect, and Left Field will actually design the building and come up with renderings for the community to look at and discuss, finalize cost estimates for the project, because from next fall, and this is going to come quick, fall through like January is when we're going to be out really kind of educating the public on what this upcoming vote to support the project is about, because that vote for a debt exclusion would be coming approximately this time next year. We'd be having a special town meeting after the first of the year in January, and then likely having a special election just on that one question about approving a debt exclusion for the building. If successful at that point in time, then you go into full design for about a year. You would likely then be going out to bid and breaking ground in the spring of '28, and you would, if things worked out well, be actually opening up your school about 2 years later for the 2030-31 school year. So that's just kind of a quick overview of the schedule and kind of where we're at.
Every week Evelyn brings a treat to eat. And what do we got this week?
Oh, you have my Swedish apple pie, but there's no eggs in that.
Okay.
What's the
Thank
way?
you.
Is
I
that
think.
frosting
Back to
or
you
whipped
guys.
cream?
No, that's whipped cream. I flipped
Okay.
it upside down
All right.
so that he would have that.
It'll be gone soon.
There's not a lot of sugar in it either. I don't put the full amount of sugar in it because I don't like things overly sweet. But since, in terms of baking, if anybody is interested, since most of the time nobody at this table ever eats anything, then I've been just doing stuff just for John.
So I want to ask,
Individual containers.
I want to ask Jay a couple of questions. How internet capable do you think this new building will be? It's rumored that the Chinese and the Russians are working to shut our internet off. So two-phase question. How much internet will they going to put in the new school? And what happens if the Chinese successfully shut down our internet? What would happen to Chelmsford school system? In your mind? No internet?
I tell you what, I will address the first question pretty easily, and I have no idea what happens if China intervenes. Our current buildings are all, hardwired in the individual classrooms, and then we have wireless access points in every classroom. We adopted a one-on-one initiative with all of our students and staff, so every single student and staff has a district-issued laptop that they use. They're wireless, so, Parker Middle School right now has about 840 students and ballpark 90 staff that work in the building. So they all have their devices connected wirelessly through the network all day long, no issues. We're hardwired for redundancy when you need to plug in. As a district, again, we have redundant internet service, so we have a primary service. If something ever went down, we have a secondary backup service to jump on board. So I think we're about as well equipped as any district in the state is. Speed-wise and network-wise, we had upgraded all of our networks, I believe about 3 or 4 years ago, and we're on about a 5-year recycle on all of our networks, so we're actually planning to do some work this coming year. We're not going to put a lot of money into the current Parker, just thinking that if that comes offline, but all of our other schools that are up for their upgrades will begin to have that this summer.
Well, few people realize how dependent we are that the internet be operational.
Mm-hmm.
It used to just be, it's the internet. It comes and goes. Now it's as positive as electricity is.
No, the internet is, it is. I mean, we use the internet all day long in schools. I mean, our student database system is all web-based, so we have to have access to that. A lot of our teaching materials and curriculum materials are all stored on web-based platforms, Google, things along those lines. So we're very dependent on the internet to be up and functional within the schools. Certainly, if something happened, we lose power or something like that, we do have backup generators, but if we ever didn't have the internet come back down, we can survive and make do for a little bit. But I don't think you'd find a school system that could make do of no internet, going forward.
No, but you'd have to go back to what we used to have when I taught school, and that is whatever's in the mind and the file cabinets of your teachers, and everything would be hands-on. There is a movement to have less computer and technology reliance within a classroom. Has the school committee discussed what that movement is?
Who's at the forefront of that movement?
I don't know. I didn't do any research on it.
I hadn't heard that.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that was on Facebook, and there was some articles. If I come across them, I'll forward them.
Yeah.
And that was and Europe has done some work on trying to get students away from being so dependent upon technology, so that they are doing more on their own, like we used to.
Well,
I'm not saying bring back card catalogs.
They're taking regulatory measures on social media. I know that.
No, this has to do with what's going on in a classroom.
In the schools.
Yes.
Okay.
In that they want less device work, and they want more hands-on interactions within the classroom. So that you have students that will talk to each other and have discussions.
Okay, I got it.
Versus
Yep.
everybody sitting in front of something and interacting that way. I understand why it works to a certain extent this way. I'm not saying for 100% of it. Because I thought that one of the better things that we did with arts and technology was to support like the clicker situation, so that kids
Right.
that were not going to engage because either they're introverts or there's a fear, any number of reasons why children do not want to raise their hand and interact with everybody else in a classroom. They had clickers or different things that the teacher could monitor what they were thinking, what their opinion was, what the answers were to the questions that was happening. And so, I mean, I kind of liked that part. But in some cases, many classrooms, it's not limited to Chelmsford. It's everywhere in the country.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing specific Chelmsford related. I mean, I can tell you that like there have always been concerns, and a lot of this stemmed up even like during COVID when we kind of had to be fully remote, of just the amount of screen time that students are on devices and things. I will say, like, even when I'm in the different schools, elementary, middle, and certainly high school, the teachers are the primary conveyors of the information and, work with the students directly in front of them in class. The instruction, I think, in Chelmsford is incredibly strong. We have a super staff, dedicated individuals that they really do keep themselves at the front line of like what's happening, even like emerging technology-wise. But when the teachers are with the students, they're working hands-on with the students. Certainly, we have technology in classrooms that are used as supplements, or you could be in a classroom and after the general lesson, maybe there's some breakout stations or activities the kids are doing, and oftentimes they do like a little rotation where the teacher might pull 4 or 5 students directly for a little small group instruction. Other kids might be doing a different activity. Other kids might be, they might go on at that point and do some type of an online tutorial with something that actually augments our current curriculum or program. It's not that they're just, off doing something on their own. But when students are in classrooms with teachers, predominantly I'm seeing them working directly with the staff. That has not been a significant issue in Chelmsford.
One of the conversations that we had in the first hour, it was on religion, but we're not going to ask you about any of that. However, we talked briefly about how there's a lack in history curriculum of actually teaching history. Some of the details, some of the political situations and the pros and cons, and having students engage in the pros and cons versus one-way thought. I have grandchildren in the system. We have them engaged, we had conversation over Christmas and engaging in some discussion about what's going on, and the fact that when certain things are brought up on a political level, the kids basically say, yeah, that's the way it is, versus having critical thinking on the issues. So when we don't teach both sides of issues within a classroom, and this probably is more a Linda question, a Dr. Hirsch question, we're really not teaching critical thinking. We're only teaching one way of thought. And I don't know if you know anything about that, or if there's, I see less and less critical thinking as kids are coming into adulthood. I see them one thought, and that's it. And they don't want to ask questions about things. And that's why I brought up the thing about the devices, is that if there's more interaction and there are different opinions that are out there and why, and fact-checking, rather than just saying, well, this is the way it is, it makes for a better responsible adult in the community than one that only thinks one way. And I don't know, do you have any input with that?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't see a lot of that it's kind of one way of doing things. Obviously, as the kids progress from elementary to middle to high school, I think the conversations can be a little richer. They can be a little bit more informed as far as facts and things along those lines. But when we're in middle school and even high school classes, they're certainly debating and having dialogue and looking at things from all different angles. I think it takes a teacher to be very skillful in kind of staying down the middle and presenting both sides and engaging kids in that kind of discourse. But I actually see a lot of that in our middle schools, in particular in high school. So again, I don't know if it was more just like a general concern for all education, but in Chelmsford, I really truly do see that.
Jay, do we have any movement on a replacement for the MCAS test?
No, so at this point in time, we're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen statewide. So we still have the MCAS test, and we still have to deliver the MCAS test because that's tied to the federal funding. But the only thing that happened is it's now not part of the high school graduation requirements. So the governor convened a panel of individuals to take a look at coming up with new alternatives. There was a draft report that came out probably within the last month of a different way of looking at what they call the competency determination for the high school diploma. The draft report is kind of being vetted. Obviously, it doesn't rely on MCAS anymore. There were 7 different areas that they're looking into. Maybe all 7. Maybe
Any input
parts of
from
the 7.
districts?
A little bit, there were different members from, I know, like the teachers' unions, from the superintendent association, that were part of this governor's council looking into it. What I'll be curious to see now that the draft report was put out for feedback, what is that feedback going to look like? Are they really looking for thoughtful feedback from districts and parents and, educators? Because between now and I believe it's either May or June, they have to finalize those recommendations. And what's also going to be kind of interesting is to see, is this just something that's going to come as a regulation from DESE, or is this actually going to be something that goes forward to the legislature for like a statute or an actual law around it? And I don't know which way that's going to go, or it could go a little bit of both ways. But between now and June will be kind of that critical point. And I don't know how open or not they are to really hearing feedback and working with it, or if they're just going to kind of charge forward.
I'm going to guess that, like most government agencies, don't tell us how to run our operation. Personal finance. How much teaching are we doing in the Chelmsford school system now on personal finance?
Well, and just on that level too, that's actually part of a couple of different bills that are before the legislature now to incorporate personal finance in schools. That was one of the graduation requirements, that schools actually incorporate that. Well, we start a little bit at the elementary schools, more like on money sense and things like that. But come middle school and high school, oftentimes in our health ed curriculum and some of our elective courses, we do have personal finance that the kids can take. We have different partnerships with like local banks, credit unions that come in and do different financial awareness workshops with students. Again, more middle school and high school, a little less elementary. But we currently do have that. I'll be curious to see what needs to be expanded upon in the future, just based on the regulations of the legislation.
Because going back to the beginning of this idea on mine was, we all learned personal finance the hard way. And it's a teachable skill. Thank you for your answer.
Yeah,
I
you're
didn't.
welcome.
I had a father that was in the bank. You asked the question, who's on the council that will review the recommendations for high school graduation?
Do they have any
requirements?
school experience?
I'm going to tell you who's on it. You have the Secretary of Education, you have the Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education, you have the Speaker of the House, President of the Senate, minority leaders of both houses, Alice Pace, Senator Jason Lewis, and Ken Gordon from the State House. Then you have representation from the Massachusetts Teachers Association, American Federation of Teachers of Massachusetts, President Jessica Tang, Boston Teacher Union, Massachusetts School Counselors Association, Mass Association of School Superintendents, Executive Director.
Way too many.
I understand that, but you wanted to know. Massachusetts Association of Vocational Administrators, Massachusetts School Administrators Association, and the MASC, the Massachusetts Association
I'll
of
bet you
School
the
Committees.
speaker never goes to one meeting.
I have no idea, but if it is,
I'm not on the group. I have no idea.
if it's a public committee, isn't it under open meeting law?
And I've gone to tons of these
yeah.
things, and
So your
big
open meeting
cheeses
law,
don't
they'd
show
have to
up.
list who's in these meetings if they post,
Right,
like
the
in the good
minutes
old
of these
days, they put
meetings.
Nikki Songos on every board. She showed up for nothing.
I understand some of it's token, but unless I do some more research, I can't tell you who actually shows up. I know that when I was on the Digital Learning Committee, pretty much everybody showed up. That was a wide range of individuals. It was a large committee, and I don't know if they still exist. I would have to ask my telephone. I get information on occasion, and
Well, they
sometimes
do,
wish I
yeah,
was
they
back
do
there.
actually still exist because Bill Silver, our technology director,
Is he there?
is part of it. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it does still
Yeah,
exist.
because we weren't, and maybe
That's
they've
good.
expanded it. Because when I was on there, it was mostly all the think tanks, and it was Harvard and MIT, and there was MASC representation, and then you had people that were involved with homeschooling
Okay.
and a couple of other things that was there, and there were no politicians on it per se, except some of us were elected. But I mean the ones out of the Senate and the House of Representatives. But anyway, that's what that was. There has been criticism of her in that all she's trying to do is to replace one test with another one.
Criticisms of who, the governor?
Yes, and that wasn't what the electorate wanted.
Well, it seems to me the goal, and based on what Jay said, there seems to be some agreement that there should be a standard in place for graduation.
Yeah, I do, I agree with that.
But I'm talking about even at the state level, the political level, there does seem
I
to
think
be.
they've recognized
Yeah.
that there needs to
Right.
be, that a district, Chelmsford is giving out a diploma. It accounts for a certain amount of rigor and coursework
Exactly.
that kids are going to then be able to take in, whether it's college, career, or whatnot after high school. There needs to be some leveling so that there is an expectation of whether it's Chelmsford, it's Andover, it's Lowell, or Methuen, that the diploma actually speaks for something.
Right, they
So
want consistency.
I think I hope that they're looking for like multiple means for kids to be able to prove that they have done that. I know one of the things that they're looking at is like the individual coursework that kids take. They're talking about doing just some assessments at the end of the coursework. They're talking about, kids maybe able to put like a portfolio together at the end of their high school career to kind of show all of the different things that they've learned and acquired skill-wise. So I think the proof will be in what the actual final, kind of dictate is the districts are then going to have to operationalize. I have been told, that this isn't going to be something that just July 1st, it's in effect and you have to operationalize, because it is going to take a significant amount of time for each district to, kind of even calibrate and just see where they're at coursework-wise, because districts do offer different coursework. So that'll have to come into play. But I think most districts are kind of sitting back. They looked at the draft report that came out in December and know that over the next 6 months is when the feedback hopefully is going to be solicited, heard, acted upon, and we'll see what that final recommendation is. And again, I just don't know in May or June if it's something that goes forward to the DESE for a regulation to come out, or if it goes forward to the legislature for some type of a bill to come out.
And I'm certainly can't even begin to understand, this isn't my area, but just generally speaking, I'm always glad when we have standards, whatever they may be, and however you design the method to prove that you've met the standard is fine with me. But, the idea, as a person my age, I've seen over the last 50 years, I've seen a general erosion of standards in so many different areas, and the results are always bad when you are trying to operate without standards. And so I'm just happy to see that appears to be the mindset at the state level, that there needs to be, whatever it happens to be, there needs to be some form of universal standard so that, to your point, the diploma actually means something.
Right.
I think that's very, very important.
Massachusetts, I think, very much aligns with a desire for local control
Yes.
and, local decision-making in the process. And I think this could be, well done if, again, you have standards, if they're very clear and delineated by the state. But districts are then able to, and communities are able to discuss, like, what does that mean for their community? And how is their community then going to align to those standards?
Right.
What
As
does
a-
it mean to the colleges that they're going to go to? That's the most important thing. Diploma, okay, wonderful. Nobody's ever looked at my diploma, but the college I wanted to go to examined my scholastics a lot more.
But I think we want to help to that end, though. I think we want to help the colleges know that if a student is applying for Massachusetts, that the Massachusetts diploma that they got from a public college, from a public high school, means that they've acquired a certain level of
Right,
coursework.
exactly.
And that they are competent to be able to be successful in their program. And I think that's what some type of a standard would help with.
Yes.
Sliding back to the Parker
said.
School, the new Parker School you guys are going to build out there, do you think the windows are going to open? Do you think you'll have fresh air intake? Because Lowell is spending way too much money on a sick building. The windows don't open, and nobody can tell me where the fresh air intakes are.
You're saying in the new building or the renovated building, the windows don't open?
Correct.
Okay.
Where is this?
Lowell High School.
Lowell.
Hi.
Is it like a climate control? I honestly haven't
well,
followed
we have
that
to
too
be.
much.
Jay, there's no good excuse
It's not
why
what's
the
going on
windows don't
there, it's
open.
what's going to happen.
They can
with
say
Parker.
anything they want, but they're building a sick building. When germs get in that building, there's no place for them to go.
What I could talk about our building, and so like our schools right now don't have air conditioning except for Center Elementary School, but most new buildings that are being built in this area are being built with air conditioning. So we would have a state-of-the-art air conditioning system, heating system.
For classrooms and
Yeah, throughout the building.
and staff.
Yeah, throughout the building.
Because Lowell bragged about, we were air conditioned just for administration.
Well, but that was old school. I mean, a lot of times the school staff that would be in a building, and this isn't just Lowell, right? This was across the state, from Massachusetts. You'd have like administrators who would be working year round, but the teaching staff in the classrooms wouldn't be. So it's not uncommon for the core central locations of the school, like in Lowell, I know having worked here, right? The offices, the library, they all had air conditioning. None of the other parts of the building did. New buildings that are being built these days are being air conditioned throughout. So that's like Parker would be air conditioned throughout. It's just very difficult to go and retrofit an older building to have it be, air conditioned.
I watched them do it to Rogers.
Well, I know, but that was a window air conditioner. Right?
Honest to God,
that wasn't a
what
regular.
administration wants, miracles happen. Not picking on Chelmsford administration, picking on Lowell administration.
Right, but again, Rogers was not equipped to have people working there year round. And when central administration moved to the Rogers, you then had a whole staff that was working year round at the school.
Well, the good thing is they let them, the school department in Lowell let them keep their air conditioners at the Rogers School.
Yeah,
So the Rogers School's
I
air
do
conditioned.
still see them in the windows, yeah.
Is there like a 2 minutes, any update on the budget? Because we have town meeting in April and you're working on the budget.
I'm working daily on the budget with updates. We've had a few tri-board meetings already. I work closely with Paul Cohen, the town manager, on the budget. Overall, I'll just say it's going to be a tight fiscal year, as last year was as well. A couple of numbers are kind of coming into line on my end in a more beneficial way than I anticipated. So I think when I talked to Paul earlier this week, that's good news for the both of us. But our process will actually conclude at the end of January. I'm just finalizing what we call the superintendent's recommended budget. So I will have that done in January, and we present that to the school committee the first meeting in February. So the first Tuesday in February, they'll get my recommended budget. Paul will provide the select board with his, recommended budget, including the school's number, the following Monday. And then that will start off finance committee meetings, and we'll talk about that leading up until April town meeting. So both Paul and I are kind of working to close in on the gap that we have in funding for the year. I think we'll be successful again. We have been, over the last number of years, kind of working hand in hand to make sure that the school and the town recommendations align. I don't see why that won't be the case this year. And I think we'll have a good product by the end of January. So I'm feeling much more confident today than I was before Christmas, because those meetings were a little tougher. The outlook was just not quite as great, but we actually have some decent news on internal revenues within the schools.
Good.
And I think we'll be in decent shape.
Yeah, because when I was on the school committee, it was like, how much do you cut this year and how much do you cut the next year? And it was always depressing.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see a lot more optimism within the district.
Yeah, I don't want to have everyone leave excited. It's going to be, I think, on both town and school side, kind of challenging and really like just trying to maintain level services. This isn't going to be a year that either side are like adding programs or services or staff. We're just trying to maintain what we currently have. But I think, what we currently have provides us with an exceptional program in the schools and exceptional services on the town side in the, focus areas of really police, fire, DPW, public safety, things along those lines. So I think we'll be able to maintain that. And again, Paul and I work closely, and we need to make sure that things are aligned.
And that's the takeaway, because that's not the case in so many towns and cities where you have that kind of close collaboration between the school administration and the town administration, and you and Paul have always worked closely together. And I think it's important for people in Chelmsford to understand that Jay and Paul have a very good, and I would call it a collaborative relationship, which is not always the case in cities and towns in Massachusetts.
Well, it hasn't always been the case in Chelmsford.
No, it has not. That is true.
But it has since Paul's been there. There's always been some adversarial
Yes.
issues and it could just be dependent upon personality. So before we run out of time, what I did want to do was to make sure that people in Chelmsford know that there are nomination papers that are available for townwide elected
Everything.
offices. Everything is on paper for you. And on the ballots. And if you take a look at the Town of Chelmsford website, and it would be part of the town clerks, and there'll be announcements that will be up there that you can click on. You can see who's running where, and there's always the town meeting reps that are up, and we're always seem to be lacking for people that want to get involved in local town
There are
government.
actual
Yeah,
vacancies.
there's a lot of openings. I
Yeah.
looked at the
There's
list real quick.
no pay, no money, no pay. Okay, so tomorrow's City Life, Cliff Krieger's gonna be the host, Eileen Del Rossi will be here, Jenna Gilbo's gonna be here, and Jose Sorrentes. Time is short, Ev.
Well, I understand. Well, thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you for having me again. It went quickly
And
again.
thank you. It always goes very, very fast.
A lot
Not
of
that you want to be
information.
here for 2 hours.
A lot of information.
I'll always leave that option. If you want to be here for longer, you're welcome to do that. I don't know how much black ice might be out there today, but there was certainly an awful lot earlier this morning, so everybody be very careful. Some of the side roads may be a little bit more treacherous. I didn't see that in Chelmsford. Yesterday was a little bit more of a challenge in
Yeah,
Chelmsford.
yesterday was a challenge. We did a 2-hour delay yesterday. The
That
roads
worked out.
it actually did work out
Yeah.
fine. The roads were quite slick, particularly the side roads. I know even, coming from my house in Lowell, driving out to Chelmsford, I was okay once I hit the regular roads, but coming down from side streets, it was quite icy. And we're always concerned, for us in Chelmsford too, like the high school kids are the first group that go in the morning. And, our buses are on the road by 6:15, so we have to kind of make the call by no later than 5:30. And at that time, when I was out looking at the streets, it just, it was messy. So we said, we're not going to risk it. We'll do a 2-hour delay and let everyone come in. And that seemed to work out well for us.
And
Right.
most of your surrounding towns did the same. It was
Yeah, they did.
Well, you do collaborate. But anyway, I hope everybody has a wonderful day, a safe day. Thank you again. So when you take a look at that, we'll be off in less than 30 seconds.
Otherwise, it go off at 7:59.
Yeah.
No, it goes off at
7:59:29 in Chelmsford, because Glenn has calculated what that is, so we always try to gear it towards that. Next week, we will have Vivian Merrill on as our guest, that's currently scheduled, and we'll talk about a whole pile of other things. We'll actually go through the election. We do have one of our select board members that will be resigning as of April, so there'll be an
I
extra
bet
seat
you if they
available.
were paying him $30,000 a year, he wouldn't be leaving.
I don't think it has to do with money. Anyway.
Bet you it was $30,000 in his pocket, he'd still be there.
Not that person.
Say
Wouldn't
goodbye,
matter.
everybody.
Anyway, take
Thanks for
care.
coming,
Bye,
Jay.
everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good day.
That's a good show.
Well, my name's John McDonough. You're scheduled to be a guest on Cinderella and create a little video to help you get to the program. We shoot the program at 6 o'clock in the morning. So what you want to do is head over to Highland Street, number 26 Highland Street is where we actually do the show. And if you take a look at your monitor, it's going to tell you, you come down Highland Street and talk you through the thing. No matter, right now you're looking at coming from the old Keith Academy, you got the train station side of Highland Street. But even if you were coming from the Gorham Street end of Highland Street, it's still the same thing. You got the funeral home there, and funeral home's got a pretty wide driveway. So you just turn up the driveway, and as you go up the driveway, there's plenty of parking up there. I don't want you parking over there. That's for people who might be visiting the funeral home. And then we're going to you take a right around the building there, and next door, that's the house, okay? And that's where you're going to go in to do the show. So you can park right where we're parking right now, or if those parking spots are all taken up, if you look around to your right there, behind the funeral home, you're going to see right in front of the dumpster. You can park right there if you want to, or off to the right here, right behind the house, there's a couple of parking spaces there. Now, once you park your car, lock it up, because you're going to be inside for a while, there's a red door coming up real shortly. You're going to see the red door. Yeah, there's a red door there, and you're going to go up those stairs. Now, on the red door, there should be a magnet that says City Life on it. And that magnet's going to give a phone number. So you want to call 978-808-8200. That's 978-808-8200. Last time, 978-808-8200. That's the number you want to call to get in the house. That's the show's telephone number. Just give us a call, pick us, and then I'll come out and unlock the door. As you can understand, I don't leave the house unlocked because sometimes we're doing the show pretty far away from that door, so we wouldn't be able to hit the doorbell. The doorbells are going to be ringing anyway, because I don't want that sound going over the program. So just give that number a call and come on inside. Now, we got coffee here, so you don't need to bring coffee. If you want to bring something to eat, terrific. If you don't, that's fine. We get coffee here. We have milk or whatever, sugar and all the other good stuff too. Now, City Life is, we shoot it every single morning, and it goes out live from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. every single day of the week, Monday through Friday. And then the recable cast is done in Lowell every afternoon at 4. The live show is every day on 8, Monday to Monday. We do repeats on the weekend. But so if your relatives or your friends or your colleagues want to watch you on television, tell them to tune in to Channel 8 for the morning show. And if you're watching the retelecast in the afternoon, check Channel 8 first. And if you can't find it on Channel 8, go over to Channel 95 and you'll find it over there. City Life lasts for 2 hours. And if you have any questions, just give us a call. Again, the show telephone number is 978-808-8200, 978-808-8200. Hope you enjoy coming to City Life today. Thanks for your time. Take good care.
2018, the Bean Dam, we have cabin number 121. Hallways are nice and wide, easy for to pass by passengers, but this is our stateroom 121, and it's a veranda stateroom. Let's pop into the bathroom first, and we has a haven't used this tub yet, but got the built-in
I saw that you ordered a large amount of Crazy Clean.
I ordered 200, and you know, I saw one of your ads.
Emotionally. And for 45 seconds, 15 million viewers watched in complete silence.
You can go as far back as you want because
I thought I was just buying a
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, get plastered you.
200